I think we should be live now, right? Oh yeah. Oh, YouTube didn't take the live setting. Okay, so now we're live. But yeah, so we got these elements, and if you attach these to it, then it starts to look more like a roof. I started by connecting these next to each other as if it's like a two-part building. And then after doing that, I started connecting them like this. As you can see, as if it's like streets or like buildings in a row. And it's very chaotically placed because, hey, medieval bad architecture, right? And then you can see that there's chimneys on top, but still it's not enough because there's not enough detail, right? What we need to add is like steps and entrances to buildings, and also the roof windows. So that's pretty much what I'm gonna do today. Hopefully the audio is nice as well for the stream, not too loud, not too soft. Let me know if there's anything wrong with it. Let's see, I already turned these into these parts, so that should be fine. So if I grab this thing, I said if I grab this thing, for example this one, and I place it here, then I should be able to turn it into a roof part. Now the thing is that I have to go turn it so it's facing the right way, like this. And then obviously it has to be larger as well. So this should help make things look a little bit more like roofs. I think I'm gonna first do the placement, and then later on I can look at the styling. Wait, what if I... Okay, it definitely should not overshoot. This is fine though. Should I? Yeah, I should probably do that on a different layer, right? So you can easily select it and change it. Okay, so we lock this layer and then add it to the other layer, and then we add it. And we call this roof windows. Okay. We have to place them a little bit where it makes sense, right? So not overlooking another roof, but like it overlooks this little area here. Surprisingly, it looks weird if you have two in a row. But yeah, that's pretty much what we're gonna do for a bit. So I'm gonna use these elements in the future to go make my cities. And more, how do you call it, like bigger towns. So what I want to do is use these to make interesting looking towns. And then I want to add icons on top of it, so I can show you like, oh, this is where the blacksmith is, or this is where the alchemist is, or this is the harbor area, or city area, or whatever kind of think there might be. Hey, suspicious fellow wearing a hood. Hey, Clouds, how you doing? I'm making assets today for towns and cities. So this is, for example, a piece of a street where there's this is like a top-down view. So you can see the roofs, right, and the chimneys. So I'm trying to add detail to it. Nice to see you. Likewise. So I'm trying to add more detail to it by adding these parts to the roof, which are like windows, right? Like window nooks. And once I did that, I also have to add the other parts to it, which are where is it? Which are these parts. And that's how you get interesting building shapes. But at the moment, I'm still working with like the ordinary triangle. Oh, could I do a window in the corner like this? Oh, that could look cool. Although, who would ever do that? Interesting. You made an entire map. Well, it's not really an entire map. It's more like these are parts. I bought an asset pack where there were these little shapes in it. And then with that asset pack, you can make your own combinations. So these were like the base building blocks over here. And these were the extensions for the building blocks. And then I made this over here to combine building parts, right? Or as if it's like a multi-section building. And then over here, I started connecting those pieces together. So it starts to look like a street. And then I got some streets that look like an arc. Like there's like a little bit of a bend in there. There's like just rectangular shapes, as if it's like a double street. I made pieces where there's like a little space in between, like it's an alleyway. I made like where there's like small indents or like these weird pieces. And once I'm done with this, I should be able to connect all these pieces together in random connections, and that should create like a cityscape, right? And then by adding the emblem on top of it, I can say like, oh, this is the blacksmith, or like in this area there are there's a lot of markets or a lot of stores, or I can say these are the slums. This is where poor people live. By just having these parts, and it should be pretty small as well, so it doesn't take up a lot of space, because I'm still working within the 100 MB workspace limit on Roll20, because I can't add too much images, right? So I have to be smart with how I'm gonna use my images. So if I can use it, like if I can make a part that I can reuse in a lot of setups, like by rotating it or by flipping it, and it looks like random, then I can keep reusing it and make it look interesting, huh? Oh, by the way, Clouds, for you, did you see the reroll thing that I posted? I bought the account, so I should be able to make pixel characters for all of you guys within just the $7 price range. I'm no worries about it. I'm taking the cost for that one, because I think it would look nice if everyone has like the similar style of token, right? And then you don't have to worry about token art anymore. I also double checked on their policy or their terms of service, and you're allowed to use it for streams as well. So we can just use them on stream while playing the game. No worries there. Yeah, I'm really glad they have these kind of things these days. Like in the past, you had to go look for character art, or you had to get something made, and then it's more expensive, right? I don't like that one here. Let's put this one here. I think the hardest part is making days where everyone has time. Oh yeah, that's definitely gonna be the challenge, but this is something that I planned for in advance, and you might not have noticed, but all of the players are from Asia. so you're from Asia, you're from Japan, right? And then Keita is from, I think, Indonesia, and then Shin and John, they're both from the Philippines. The only one that's also from Europe is Shigeyoshi. So we only have to take 2 time zones into account, which makes stuff a lot easier. If we had an American player, then suddenly you have to take into account 3 time zones, and that makes it way rougher, right? So I did try to avoid inviting US-based players for this, because most of the players I already had were from Asia, and it would like cause issues, right, if we didn't take that into account. So I've been smart with how I've been inviting people. Makes sense? Yeah. I do feel a little bit bad that there might have been some people that would have loved to join, but pretty much just can't because, hey, wrong time zone, right? But that's sort of like the limitation. If you're not a full-time streamer, you can't just do things whenever. You have to still take into account when people are working or maybe studying or pretty much sleeping. It's part of the game. When is day 0 going to be? That highly depends on how fast I work. You probably noticed that I've been spending a lot more time working on it, but that's because now that we have the players set, I can just continue working on this stuff and develop everything, right? So I got the basic quest text for you set out, and I need these assets to make the beginner town. And then, let's see. I already got, sorry, that's not, no issue at all. It's, you can always ask, it's no issue at all. I didn't take it as a rude thing at all. But it's just that I don't know when we can have session 0, because there are some things I want to develop a little bit more, so I can tell you guys about it, because I need to give you as much information as I can during session 0 about the world, so you can properly make your characters. If you want to have that kind of depth to your character. For example, Shin, they already made their character, and they also gave their background of their character. So they say like, oh, they're from here, and this is a part of their story, or this happened to them in the past, and this is why they're an adventurer, or this is why they're traveling and trying to earn money through doing quests. And then I had to give a little adjustment, because I said like, oh yeah, this can't happen from the start, but if that happens during the story, I heard Keita told you to. Wait, Keita told me to? To what? Oh, yeah, yeah. Kata made a suggestion, but he wasn't 100% sure yet. Yeah, yeah. But his character, his first character that he was planning to play was a little bit overpowered. Because you're starting at level 0, right? Or like, well, not really level 0, but like level 1. So imagine if you say like, oh, I am this grand adventurer, or I'm this mighty necromancer that's feared everywhere. But then at the beginning of the game, you're a level 1 character. Then it doesn't make sense, right? So you have to write it in such a way where it makes sense for the story. Like, if you're a level 1 character, you have to say like, oh, I've always been fascinated by necromancy, and the goal of my character is that he wants to amass a giant undead army to take revenge on this kingdom that killed his family, or something like that. That's something you could imagine, right? And that gives him a reason why he wants to pursue necromancy, to raise an army of the dead without actually having it, right? So what you're saying is pretty much like you're describing your future goal based on your history, or like based on your character's history. Like maybe you had a traumatic event, or maybe some dragon burned down your hometown and now you're out for vengeance against that dragon, or maybe bandits overran your village and then a dragon saves you. That's also possible, right? It could go either way. Or maybe you grew up in an orphanage and then you got kicked out when you were 16 years old or something, and since then you had to fend up for yourself, and you got into contact with like the thieves and the assassins, and that's how you kept yourself alive, by doing dirty jobs for them. Or maybe you used to be a rich noble, and then you went gambling because you have a gambling addiction, and then you lost all your money, so now you have big debts. So you ran away from your birth town, and you're desperately trying to earn money to pay off your debt collectors. And then if I know that backstory, then once in a while maybe there's a chance for you to encounter debt collectors that I would send after you. I will let you know about my android bard. Oh, are you playing Warforged? Because Warforged is a character race in the game. Those are robotic. I have never seen a Warforged bard before, so that could be interesting. Hey, that could also be a thing. Imagine you're indeed a Warforged bard, and you got made and sold like into slavery to work for some entertainment noble or businessman, and maybe some evening you fled away from the circus or something, but now you always have to check over your shoulder because you might encounter them in one of the towns, because maybe it's a traveling circus. I'm just saying things. It could be whatever, right? Whatever you want. But those story hooks tend to make things interesting for the DM to develop more stories based on it. But so far, I'm just making things, testing things. I made the roll table. The roll table is complete. So if you guys are scavenging or looking for ores, I can just press on a button, and you should be getting results based on that. I do notice that the vibe of my streams have been a little bit different lately since I started working on D&D stuff. like a little bit less gaming, less 3D modeling, but hey, that's something I have to do to get this ball rolling, right? Because I've been wanting to play D&D for a very long time. I just never found people motivated to do it. And if we're streaming it, it's double value, right? Because you can tell an interesting story. You can practice your role playing or your voice acting a little bit if you want. Like I can pretend to be a dwarf, and then I'm a blacksmith, for example, and I could go home. Aye, lad, what you buying? A discount? Well, maybe if you give me a barrel of ale. Something like that. You don't have to be like you don't have to be good at it, but hey, if you feel like it, feel free to do voices or whatever for your character. Since you can only get better at it by practicing it, right? Sorry, lurking since I'm streaming. Oh yeah, no problem, no problem. I know you're playing, I think, Honkai Star Rail, right? I actually updated Honkai Star Rail as well, so I'm planning to play because I heard you could get a free character, right? I hope the thing is still ongoing, because I would love a free character. Like, hell yeah. So we did these. We didn't do this one yet. Yeah, I hope you're having a good time. I have no idea like what kind of sets they added to Honkai Star Rail, or if my party is still viable, or if things become more difficult. I like using Sampo and Kafka and Acheron and Gallagher. Take decent amount of dots and break damage. Oh. Hey, Yuki, how you doing? $9. Ooh, hitting me hard again, are we? How could you? Ow! Yeah, you can actually see what I'm doing on my screen today because it's no spoilers. Because these are just building block elements. Let me go put it on my savings account. Where's my phone? Oh, there it is. Ugh. Also, I'm expecting big money this month because it's my holiday month payment. I'm not sure if it's something that's done elsewhere as well, but here in the Netherlands, usually May or June, you get 8% of your yearly income as holiday money. Hello, stranger. Have you seen a bartender from the future? Ah, no, I have no such idea. We're in Fantasyland today. Are you talking about a brewmaster? A handsome devilish figure, right? Pandaren Brewmaster, Chen Stormstar. No, not Pandaren. I hope not. I don't want to be a panda. Okay, how much was it? It was $9, right? $9, yep. Also, I've been thinking, so you know that we sometimes have collabs and sometimes play stuff single, right? So I know I can enable or disable certain effects based on filters. So imagine if I have the word collab in the title of my stream, then I can make sure that something happens or doesn't happen, right? So I was thinking, so for example, the more intensive sound alerts, like the ones that are more disruptive, like the Krusty Krab one, maybe I should add a warning to it where I say like, oh, this one is disabled during collabs, so I don't start talking through other people, right? Why not get the passive skill protected and overload cuteness? Overload cuteness? Hey, are you hitting on me? I didn't even know they had those passives. That's gay. What, the flirting? Or the pandas? I don't think this one needs an extra one. The pandas, of course, it's the flirting. Ah. Well, personally, I feel like... So, you know that guys in general, they don't talk very positive, right? Or they're not very giving in compliments and that sort of stuff, right? And then I heard someone say something like, oh yeah, every guy needs a gay friend that can actually tell them like, oh, your fashion is shitty, you have to wear something nice like a suit, or hey, watch your hair, or this looks good on you, or this looks bad on you. Like if you have a gay friend to tell you about those kind of things, apparently that's very beneficial. And then I was thinking, yeah, that makes sense to me. That would probably help me a lot. If they have actual fashion sense, that is, right? No, I don't want anything here. Let's see. I think we did all of these now. Oh, we're still missing this one. We did these. So we still have all of these to go through. We're just adding little triangles on the roof. And then I have to go over it again, placing the other ones. But this is all for a better D&D. I think these houses could work for, I'm guessing 80% of the world. The only thing that where it wouldn't work is if the environment is desert-like, I think, because they would not have diagonal roofs in desert cities or desert regions. Usually they go for flat roofs, right? You know what would be a fun game as well that I haven't played in a while? A Zelda game. I used to really like Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. Like both are like totally different styles, right? But I just like them. I tried a new Gundam mobile game, and there's a Gundam. Wait, there's a new Gundam mobile game. What's it called? Also, I should probably check it out then. Would you be able to share a link or a video in the Show It Off channel so I can check it out later? SD Gundam G Generation. Ooh. Which version of the Gundam Wing characters do they have though? Is it Endless Waltz or just the base one? Because there's a big difference in Wing Zero from the movie or what is it? From the movie or from the series. The base one, the Endless Waltz one, will come later. Let me guess, that's gonna be the 5-star or something, like the better quality one. Do they also have the rarity stuff? So there's like, for example, 3-star mechas and 5-star or 4-star? Not exactly. Oh, okay. Because a lot of gacha games like to do that, where it's ranked, right? Where, oh, you have S ranks and or like 5 stars or 4 stars. It's gacha, yes, but you can develop the oh shit! So you can make anyone a 5-star pretty much if you invest enough resources into it. If I understand correctly. That would be nicer. Because honestly, not a lot of people would like it if their favorite Gundam was a 4-star or a 3-star, right? Like, I could understand if people would be angry if that happened. It's not a 5-star, but still good enough. It's not like they put Jubilee, which has the same stat on, wait, ATD attack on 2 different series. That'd be stupid. Ah, so you're saying they did do that, huh? Man, I just want a mobile game that has a crossover thing again. So imagine you had a Gundam, well, not really Gundam game, but like you just have a mecha game, right? Like Another Century. and instead of it being just a story game, it's a gacha game. So then suddenly you have like crossovers with Gurren Lagann or Power Rangers, and then Code Geass could join, and then a lot of Gundam characters could probably be in there as well. If they would allow use of the characters, right? Pretty much, yeah. Think like Super Robot Wars or Another Century, but then a gacha game. Does that exist? I'm kind of out of the loop with gacha games, so... Also, the PBR one that had the Blackrock shooter collab also has Dante and Virgil now. Like, damn, that game is winning. But sadly, I don't play it. If only... Well, I could play it, but that just means I'd be playing another gacha game. I am still playing Girls Frontline 2. Although I missed the ending of the Amphibian event. Man, I'm a little bit salty about that. Because it looked like an interesting event, but I'm not even allowed to play it anymore. Like, it just disappeared. And that's why I hate time-limited events. Like, just let me do the story, even though I don't get the bonus rewards, right? Speaking of Gundam Wing, I have white reflections stuck in my head. Oh, from the movie? I always think of Just Communication. Or Rhythm Emotion. Just one thing, communication. Those two songs are good? Yeah, they definitely are good. The Girls Frontline event will come back later, I'm pretty sure. It's still on the yeah, because there's a tab in the Girls Frontline app where it says previous events, right? So I hope they're gonna use that to make it accessible. If there's gonna be another event review thing, like where they send you a mail and you can ask, like, answer a questionnaire, I always put in feedback there. Like I've mentioned feedback that the idol thing is not as popular in the West, and they actually like military uniform girls more. And it did seem that they applied that with Kluke, that she definitely looks more armored up. I'm not saying that my review matters, but I do hope that they listen to both audiences in the West and in Asia. But I would definitely ask, like, hey, I would love if the events were available even after the event is over, because, hey, I just want to still see part of the story. Wait, Gundam Epyon full limit break? Oh, the Epyon is so cool with the green whip, right? The laser whip. And the Epyon can also transform. I have a mech kit of the Epyon and Wing Zero. I think I already said this before. But I will say it again. It's a green saber. He doesn't just have a green saber, he also has his tail, right? He has a tail that also turns into a weapon. Oh, green whip, yeah, sorry. But he does have his tail, right? At least I remember him having a tail. So what do you feel about the interface that we have today? Like, it is a painting with like effects on it, so it looks like a canvas. You think it looks interesting or not that much? It is a little bit on the small side, I'd say. But hey, at least you can see what I'm doing, right? It's a heat rod. They don't have that kind of kink, Jinn. They're not into tills, they're not into whips. Okay. What's that word that the mates always keep using? Koji-sama or something? Wait, that means master, right? Oh, Kairi! Oh, Jesus. No, OG is something else. Is it OGG? Goju. Oh, Goju-sama. Oh. Oh, Kairi Goju-sama. Oh, Goju Shin-sama. See, I would never make it as a mate. I'd be fired already. What you looking at, punk? I swear, I feel like I want to jump into VC and start choking you like this. Why, you little? Wait, why would you want to choke me? It's not that bad, right? I think I'm, I don't know Japanese, of course, but I know a few words. I know some animals. I like, what do you call it? I know Uma, because that's a horse. I know Usagi, which is a bunny. And I also know Unagi, which sounds similar, but means eel, right? And then, what was the other one? You have a cat, or Neko, I think? I'm kind of lost on the dog. What was dog again? What was dog? Oh, Inu. Yeah, of course. Oh man. See, this is what I mean. I'm losing brain cells here. How could I forget that? Inu. Because it's literally part of the name Shiba Inu. Oh my god, I'm such a dumbass. Well, luckily we have you here to correct me. What other creatures would you know in Japanese? Like I'm thinking, and then I'm thinking like, what is crab? Because crab is a food, right? Dragon? Kitsune? Oh, yeah, of course. Although Ryu is more like a mythological creature, right? Hey, now you deserve the frying pan. Yeah, here's the frying pan for you. Oh, yeah, true. Abby is shrimp. There should also be tuna, right? Good thing I wear my Gundam armor. Yeah, but this frying pan is also made from Gundanium. Yo, imagine that. They make a cooking show for Gundam, and the frying pans and the knives are made from Gundanium. Why? I have no idea, but it could be a thing. The SD Gundam and wait, it already exists? It's already a thing? These wacky developers. It exists for a long time, Jinn. Wait, is that with the miniature robots? More of a parody. It's a small robot that got chibi-fied. Yeah. I feel that's the bad part about like these gachas is like I want a crossover gacha, like just different genres, not just one company. So the cool thing was what was that one called again? The one with the metro. Because it had a lot of Kadokawa, I think, characters. Like you had characters from Spice and Wolf, you had Durara, you had what was it called again? Magical Index with Accelerator. Yeah, the Devil is a Part-Timer was also in it. Like I like those kind of things. Like if there's like a lot of characters from different shows that end up available inside that thing. You should join us. They're currently giving out free gems. Free gems. Okay, let me check it out on Discord. I cannot share it, but I can watch it. Where is it? Launch trailer. SD Gundam G Generation Eternal trailer. Yo, the very first robot in that frame is instantly Wing Zero. Oh, it's tactical as well. Let's see. Gundam, Monster Gundam, Wing Gundam, Gundam Apion, Gundam Aerial, Justice Gundam, Perfect Strike Gundam. Something I can't read. Ooh, they have heavy arms and that side as well. Is Fire Emblem a gun? Ah. In Gundam Wing, there was also a duo suit. Gundam Wing, what was it called again? Mars, I think. No. What was the blue suit and red suit again? Mercurius and Violet. Like, one had ultimate attack and one had ultimate defense or something, I think. I'm not even sure what ended up happening to those two suits. Of my current Gundam Wing section? Sure, go for it. Gundam supporters, Gundam suits. Where is it? You got the Wing Zero, Dead Side, Heavy Arms, Sandrock, Shenlong, Wing Gundam Zero, Heavy Arms, Custom, Sandrock Custom. You got the Maganak Corp, United Sphere Alliance. The Ares mech was kind of interesting. It's like the flying unit for one of the enemies, the United Earth Sphere Alliance. I think that would look cool. Oh, there it is. The OZ-13MS-X1 Veyanette. It was mostly piloted by Troa Barton. But what happened to it? Did it get destroyed? However, this beam cannon's destructive power exceeds that of the Wing Gundam's powerful Buster rival, but it also does not have the later 3-shot limit. This is because the beam cannon is powered by a beam generator mounted on the mobile suit's backpack, providing the weapon with a virtually limitless ammunition charge. Bayonet and his brother Mercurius mount a cover to protect their head sensor, but also limits vision. A second unit controlled by Mobile Doll AI system was later built by White Fang. But what happened to it? It was later used in the development of the Virgo. Mobile was programmed with the recorded data of the original pilot. Shortly after their completion, the two mobile dolls were launched to intercept and destroy Hilde Schebaker, who had stolen important data from the battleship Libra. The machine would have succeeded in the mission if not in the intervention of Duo Maxwell piloting the Dead Side Hell, who managed to destroy... Okay, so Maxwell destroyed them both. Speaking of destroy, I just realized that Hero has a lot of plot armor. Well, not as strong as Jesus, Yamato. Well, definitely, yeah. He should have definitely died multiple times. He jumped out of, like, what is it, like out of a skyscraper, I think, and broke his leg. He detonated himself, I think, from point blank, and he still walked it off. Like, what is that guy made of? There's more suicide Africa. Oh, definitely. He's the same type of character as Squall Lionheart. Guess he's the Wing Gundam super soldier. Yeah, because he was pretty much trained from a young age to prioritize the mission, right? And he also lacks a lot of emotion at the beginning of the story. Only later on he starts to develop like guilt and feelings about his mission and what he's actually doing. Also, I still think it's funny that the only thing he said to Relina Peacecraft at the beginning of the story is like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill you," for handing her like a letter for inviting him to a birthday party or something. And then he just goes like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna kill you." And that stuck with her for so long that she became obsessed with him. See? That's a lot more memorable. Memorable? Yeah, that's a lot more memorable than saying "I love you." Just say "I'll kill you." 10 years later, she still remembers. The game's pretty good. It also tells you the story of this series from the UC, Universal Century, to alternate universe, Seed, Wing, Zero, Zero, etc. Do they also have like iron-blooded orphans? Like, is that also in the story? They do? Ooh. I still feel bad for the ending though, man. Well, they did end up becoming what they originally fought against, so understandable. Let's see. I think we only have to do these two, and then we're done with the original placement of the small triangles, and then we can move over to the other things. But I mean, there will be an expansion. Oh, okay, so they're not in the game yet, but they're gonna get added later. Understandable. They're already in the game, it's just that they're not fully finished yet. Oh, wait, not fully finished? Like, they don't have every mech, but only like a few of them? Or maybe they're not as strong yet? It's more of a season, I think. Ah. So they got like the initial batch of mechs from that series, but not like all of them that come in later. Like the upgraded versions. I mean, you can't like release them all instantly, right? Wait, I wonder, are there Gundam Wing collectibles like cards? Because I know there was the Final Fantasy cards, right? Like the King of Vermilion, or like, what is it? Something Vermilion, Lord of Vermilion. And they had the Blackrock Shooter event, but I wonder, does Gundam Wing also have like a crossover card game? Let me look it up. TCG Gundam Wing crossover. Gundam Wing cards, Gamer's Paradise. Heroic Beginnings, Gundam card. There is a card game for Gundams. Wings of Advance, Heroic Beginnings, Zeon's Rush, Seed Strike. Hey, that one has the tall keys. It's a pre-order. It's supposed to release in, I guess, September 2025. So there's gonna be a new card game. Every deck has one bonus pack with one of 16 cards that has a special full art holographic effect. Some decks can be found that have all these cards with the hologram. Imagine you got a deck with all holographic. Wings of Advance ST02 is a build-up green and blue deck with Gundam Wing cards, featuring Hero Yui, Gundam Wing, and Zex Marquis, Tall Keys. Ready to play, 50 cards, 10 resource cards, 8 token cards. 1 paper damage counter, 2 rules, and 1 bonus pack. Oh, interesting. I should probably not jump into this though, because that's gonna cost me money. How much is it? The starter pack, Wings of Advance English is, wait, only 13 euro? Wait, why is the other one 37? Oh, okay, so there's a rare version. There's a Gundam Assemble starter set. It has the same cards and filling as the starter decks, but they come with 3 different Gundam Assembly Gunpla miniatures. Every Gundam Assemble is delivered as a runner. Oh, okay. And you have to manufacture it yourself. Wait, I need to search this. So you can get 3 different Gundam assemblies together with your Gundam deck. Wait, I need to see those Gundams. I need to see what the assembly thing is, what it looks like. Oh shit, you actually get the miniature. That's so cool. $37? For 37 euro, I could get the deck and I get 3 figures. But the question is, the 3 figures, are those the 3 figures that are featured in the deck or not? Or is it like random? I need to see the Wing Zero one. Damn it, where? Give me your promotional Gundam card game, Wing Gundam, yes. And you want me to share this? In case you're interested. Hey, Keda, how you doing? Should I even be here for this? Oh, no worries, no worries. This is no spoiler. So, what I'm working on today are just the visual assets that I'm gonna use to make cities with. So what you're seeing in front of you is just the rooftops with the chimneys and the, how do you call it? Like the windows in the roofings, right? But these are just rough elements. These are puzzle pieces. This will not give you a hint in how they're used or what kind of city I'm building, because this is just part of a bigger set of puzzle pieces. If you look here, like you can see like that I'm just building pieces and I'm gonna connect these pieces to each other to make a bigger city. So this won't spoil anything if you're watching this or lurking here. So don't worry about it, Kayla. Also, welcome. I should give you a shout out because I have not automated that yet. Obvious Kayla is one of the players inside the D&D group. So if you have a chance, go check them out. But how are you doing? It's been a while that we talked. Hope everything is still a-okay. We just figured out that apparently they're gonna make a new Gundam card game. And then I figured out that if you buy the 37 value version, that you can, how do you call it? You get cards or like miniatures with it that you can put together. So I'm gonna grab this link. And I'm gonna share it, copy it. And I should put it in the Discord, right? Show off, create a post, new post. Gundam, card, TCG, trading, card, game, announced. Oh, I should tag it. What does this count as? Gameplay, trailer, sorta, yeah. Oh, there it is. Assemble starter set. But there's no image of it. Thanks for the SO. No problem, man. Oh, they got a video with the starter models. Okay, I'm gonna share this one as well, so you guys can look it up if you're interested in Gundams or the miniatures that you're getting with the cards. Come on, work. Work for me. I want to see it. Oh yeah, they definitely look like a tabletop. So these are like D&D size or like amiibo sized. So they're not very big from what I'm seeing here. This is like the shape of Warhammer 40k, I think. Oh. Hey, these are the basic suits for Gundam Wing. Oh, the Leos. So you got the Togis and the Leo. Wait, but you're not getting Wing Zero with it? Boo. Okay, that looks interesting. Maybe I should pre-order something like that. I mean, for just for 40 bucks, you get like 3 models of robots you normally don't get. And it's like tabletop sized. Hell yeah. I can use them as a replacement for the Tau 40k armor. So instead of having like a crisis suit, you just pull in the Leo. Okay, so I think we're done with the roof placements, yeah. So what we can now also do is add a new layer, and we call this building extensions. We press OK. We grab one of these, put them here, and then since I already turned it into a stamp, I should be able to just do this or this. And this should allow me to just attach this to an existing part if I want to make it bigger. For example, I could attach it like this on this. And then suddenly you got a bigger building, a T-split. And you don't want to use it too often, I think, but it can still add some uniqueness to the shapes, right? I do think I'm missing some. So we got these two, I think. let's see, we got 4 pieces. We are missing these 4. So I should probably add them to the... So yeah, I'm gonna grab this and I'm gonna give it a name, roof extension 01. I'm gonna save it as a graphic so I can keep reusing it. Alright. So I should be able to use others now as well instead of this one. Should be able to switch to, for example, this one. Ah, but the rotation is wrong. How do I fix this? By clipping it inside the stamp. So it should auto-adjust everywhere else then. Okay. Now it should be correct. So if I look here, I can see this is the correct shape, and I can just replace it with another version of that rooftop depending on which shape that I prefer here. Like if I want something tall or long or thin. Something like that. Hi Jinn, make some assets? Yes, I am. We're working with an asset pack where there's a modular design. So I'm just using all these modular parts to make the things that I actually need / want. And hopefully it turns out nice. That's what we're aiming for. But you never know how it's gonna turn out, right? It's it could look atrocious. But hope your week has been good so far. Hope you did some fun stuff. Nah, that doesn't look as good. What about this one? That looks better. Like, what if we do it like this? That's a very chaotic shape. Sure, let's go for it. Yeah, as you can see, I'm just applying these shapes in such a way where it makes the buildings look a little bit nicer. At least I'm trying to. I don't like this one. But yeah, these are just the buildings for in the city. And these are just the roofs that I'm doing, but there also needs to be some staircases, I think, and how do you call it, like step-in thingies? There we go. In the meanwhile, we're also listening to some chill music from Final Fantasy. It's a remix of Find Your Way, which makes sense for D&D, right? Especially when you're in a dungeon, gotta find your way. So there are city buildings, boroughs was it? Though the architecture looks kind of busy. Yeah, it is pretty busy. Like if you're in a town, there would still be more space between the buildings, right? But if it's a very busy, bigger city, then it would make sense if it was looking this weird. And the closer these things are to each other, the more it looks like a slum, right? But you have to imagine this is like one side of a street, and then on the other side there would be something akin to that. Like imagine if we take this one and we place it here, right? And then we take this one and we put it like this. So in between you still got some space to move through there. Wait, let me so this is just working with two pieces, right? If we had two pieces of the city, we could use it like, come on, work with me. Maybe more like this. And then we grab this one again. like this. Imagine. So you have a street over here, although maybe it is a little bit. Can make it a little bit wider. Rotate it a little bit. Get this one again. Like by just reusing these parts, we can do something like this. So suddenly you have like a street here that goes up and down, and also to the, like there's a little alleyway where you can move in that direction. So by just reusing these parts and like sticking them next to each other, we can definitely make some very busy architecture or like busy streets. And because of how Roll20 works, you can put down your mask yourself, right? So I could make it so that the party can only see one part of the street, right? So imagine I say like, I only want to show a section of the street. So I could do... Give me a moment. Wait, why is it doing that? Yeah, imagine something like this. So I can black out the part that I don't want shown. And then focus on the parts that are on the street side, right? Because of how the visibility works. So you have to imagine you could, for example, only see this part, like the front sides of the buildings, and that's it. Because that would be in the shadows. But yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing. I just hope it's not too busy, but who knows? Who knows? I see a lot of work ahead. Well, not really, because these are the busiest streets, right? This is the tightest city area that I can imagine. If it's more like town or maybe more expensive houses, then I can imagine there would be open space between them, right? And then you get like these kind of house designs that are just separated from each other. But I definitely wanted to build like city blocks that are like very tight knit on top of each other, just for the effect, right? Let's see. We are done with the roofs, so now I have to make a layer beneath the building called steps and stairs. And for that one, I have to look into, I think, these things. I'm gonna call this step 01. And then I'm gonna turn it into a graphic. And I'm gonna do that for this one as well. For this one as well. I'm not sure what these are at the moment. Just wall pieces or? Gates, doors, no. Anyway, I'm gonna grab this thing. Grab. And then I go to building steps and stairs. Let's lock the other layers. I grab this thing and I turn it into one of those flat steps. And by adding it to the side of the building, I'm giving the impression as if there's like an entrance there, right? We can make a shorter one for this one. So this is gonna take a while because we're gonna need to do that for every building. Luckily, we don't have to make it perfectly straight. We can just dunk it to the side of it. Because we still have that hand-drawn style, right? Trying to add the doorways as much as possible to the inside of the street, so I can still easily use them as connection pieces to other pieces without them being in the way. And once we did that, I have to export it into Photoshop, apply the texture so it looks brownish like the rest of my tile sets, and then we can import it into World20, and then I can use it as puzzle pieces. So if not a lot of stuff is happening today, or maybe I'm talking a little bit less because I'm focusing on making these things, but these things have to be made. So the dungeon tile sets are already done. I also already made, for example, the town hall, which is gonna show up in the first session. But I also need a town vision, or like, how do you call it? Like regional site. So we got the world map, which is traveling one hextile a day, right? And then we need something on town size, so you can see what's inside the town, right? Like, where's the general store, where's the blacksmith, or where's the guild house, and then you can just put tokens on different buildings just to symbolize that they're in that region, right? And then there's the dungeon level, or like the map level for combat. So what I'm thinking, for the world map, we're just using one token and everyone can move that token. It's a group effort, right? Regional side, like town, city, square. Yeah, pretty much. So, for example, moving one hextile on the world map, it's 1 day, right? And there's only one token there, which is the entire group. Because the group always moves together, right? If they're going from town to town or into the wilds, they would not go into different hextiles. At least, I hope not. That's not the goal. Otherwise, people might be a day away from an adventure point. And then in town, I do think we should have individual tokens, so that you could say like, okay, you guys hit town, what are you guys doing? And then someone could say like, oh, I'm looking for the blacksmith, so I'm gonna roam the city. And then I can say, okay, well, you find the blacksmith, so your token moves into that street, right? And then I can say to another, like, oh, what are you doing? Well, I'm looking for a tavern because I want to stay the night, or I want to collect some intel from some drunk people by giving them gold coins or buying them a drink. And then I can place them at that location. And then I can also, for example, place a quest marker somewhere. Like, well, this is the destination where you have to go through, but hey, if you want to go shopping first, you can do that. Or maybe there are some side activities, or maybe you find the house of an NPC and then I can mark that on the map. So it's like a location you could visit. But the end goal is still to gather together if you want to progress the story, right? And then in the combat zone, or like if a fight breaks out, or if you're indoor, then every hextile, well, not hextile, every grid size would be 5 feet, because that's the size for combat, right? So I think those are the three visions, or like the three maps you want. Like, you want combat, small time, you want regional, as in towns, cities, I don't know, military encampment or something like that. And then you want world view. Because if you look on the world map, you can see a symbol for the city, right? But you don't know what the city looks like once you enter it. So that's when you zoom in to like a closer view. And then if you're in the tavern and a fight breaks out, then you zoom in further into the tavern specifically, and then you're gonna have your combat map. I think that's the best way to do it. And then I can just already prepare maps like, oh, I can make a blacksmith building, I can make a town hall, I can make the herbalist interior. And then if a fight ever breaks out at one of those locations, I can just immediately move the party into that floor map. And I'm doing that just so that it becomes more fluent in the future. Because imagine if the things don't go how I expect them to go, and like a fight breaks out in a weird location that I don't have prepared, then I'm gonna have to struggle, right? Like, I could just make a battle map that's just a regular street. Which you can then reuse often. Because that's also the benefit of not adding too much detail to the combat maps, is so that you can keep reusing those combat maps. Like the interior of a church generally is the same, right? So if they're fighting in town A in a church or in town B in a church, I can just use the same battle map for it. Also, it's getting quite dark here. Give me a moment. I'm gonna turn on my lights. Where's my microphone? I need to mute you. There we go. True, that, or maybe have 2 poor variations so that players won't notice. Wait, what's this exact same? Well, like, what I could do is I make the walls the same of the church, but then I can swap up the interior, right? So instead of the benches, I could have like an open area, or instead of like the pillars could be taken away, or the pillars could be added, or something. Yeah, like small variants is still good. That can still work. Or you can have it, like for a blacksmith, you can have it mirrored or rotated. Because with D&D, usually you want to work smart, not hard, right? Because you have so much to do as a DM that you want to simplify a lot of stuff so you can keep the game moving. Because that's my biggest worry, is that you run into a situation where you can't easily progress the story, and then you have to say to the party like, well, sorry, I didn't develop this because I didn't expect that you guys would do this, so we can't continue playing. We have to wait till next week or some other time for me to make maps for that. Or where I have to go search up certain monsters and then add them to the game. I do see more and more content for D&D 2024, but I'm not sure. I'm still using 2014. I'll be honest. Like the 5e version from 2014, I still like that one. It's simple enough that you can add your own stuff to make it more complex. It's also the content that I bought actually back in the day. So I don't feel like wanting to buy the 2004 version just for an update. I'm never a big fan of when companies do that, where they re-release the same stuff again without a proper update or like a proper expansion on it. Like, you know how Sims does that, right? Like you have Sims 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, And then with every Sims, there's the pet expansion, there's the student expansion, there's the magic expansion or whatever. And I think like, man, you could just have like maybe Sims 1, 2, 3. But if something is an expansion in The Sims 1, then integrate it into the base game in Sims 2. Like the pets, you don't have to reinvent it. It already exists. You can just add it to the game. Right? So you get a better value for what you're getting. But hey, that's just me. That's just me. True, but how? But then, how would EA make money out of kids? By being creative and original. I know it's a hard thing to understand, but please try, EA. Stay creative. Don't listen to the suits, to the corpos or the investors. Listen to your customers. They know what they want. They vote with their wallets. If you suck, then people won't buy your shit. And several adults. Give or take. Maybe once in a while. So the thing we have to do after the towns is also make the city walls, right? Because hey, cities also come with walls. And gates. But that one should be more simple because I just have to make maybe 2 or 3 variations of a wall. Because I need a straight wall. I need a gate. Like 2 towers and a gate in between. I need a straight wall and I need like a curvature wall. Unfortunately, at this point, the suits are DEA and they all care about is wringing their assets dry before they jump to the next. Yeah, they buy something, try to get as much money out of that IP and then jump ship. I mean, it's what Disney does as well with like Marvel and what's the other? Star Wars, right? I feel at some point, like if this is something bad that I notice quite a lot in modern media, is that they pick a popular IP that already has like a certain set of rules, and then there are people that want to make their own story. And then they just change the existing story to suit their needs and try to make their own version or their own story inside that universe, but they don't respect the source material or like they change things up. And I think that's fine if you're writing a fan fiction, but if you're trying to make official content for fans to enjoy, you should adhere by the rules you set up or the rules that are widely regarded as canon, right? Because if you don't, people are gonna complain that you're just pulling shit out your ass. Excuse me. I do wonder how this is gonna look after it's finished. Like, it's gonna look nice, or is it gonna look like absolute bullshit? I'm kind of, now that I think about it, like, I really like Final Fantasy VIII, right? But honestly, I'm also afraid what they would do with Final Fantasy VIII if it were to re-release. Like, you know what happened to Final Fantasy VII, right? Where they changed certain things because it doesn't fit the modern audience anymore or whatever. I would hate to see certain things happen like that to Final Fantasy VIII. Like, sure, like, imagine if they removed the junction system. I would hate that. Like, sure, the junction system had some issues, but they should expand on it, not remove it, for example. They overhauled the stories, what I heard, for FF7. I think so, because certain elements were changed, right? But then it's more like, I think how they explain it in 7 is that there is the original timeline, right? And people have memories about the original timeline, but some things are also changed in this timeline. What part of original FF7 was removed to appeal to modern audiences in the same vein as remaking the junction system? What I originally understood is that apparently Aerith is still alive or something. And then there was also a thing about Zack still being around. I'm not sure about the materia system. Like, I never played FF7 myself, right? So I do know there's a materia system where you slot materias into your weapon. I'm not sure if that is exactly the same. But for the junction system in Final Fantasy VIII, I would still say, like, allow us to junction magic types to a certain stat and to grow strength from that. But maybe not have it reduce in strength if we use the magic, right? Because in Final Fantasy VIII, you never really use your magic, because if you used Ultima, and Ultima's was like connected to your strength, for example, then if you use Ultima, so you reduced one stack, and then you did a basic attack, and then because your strength was lowered, now you no longer hit 9,999. No, now you hit 9,700 or something. Aerith and Zack are dead. Ah, okay. Oh, there was one thing people were angry about, and that was the bus size reduction for Tifa and Aerith, right? With the bat suits. I'll never forgive the Japanese, is what some people said. Which is it's just a JoJo meme. Also, the material system was pretty similar to how it was in the original game. Hey, glad to hear that. Like, what if instead of for Final Fantasy VIII, where if you get duplicates of the magic, instead of like using up stacks, you just improve the quality of the spell. Like, imagine if you find the spell once, then it is at power 1, right? And then if you get 2, it gets stronger because, hey, you got two versions of it, right? And then you can still use it to get stats from it. I don't know, I'm just talking, I'm just imagining how it could work. Alternative timeline. Why do people keep thinking that messing with time travel and parallel timeline is a good idea? It can be interesting if executed well. Like, I loved how they did the time travel thingy in Blaze Blue, especially the first game, where they say like, oh, Hakumen is a hero from the past that arrived at modern times, but the way... Wait, how should I explain this? So Hakumen is famous in history for being part of like the 6 heroes or whatever. But then if you go into the background of Hakumen, he apparently came from the future. So he came in from after the events of Calamity Trigger and got sent back in time, and that's why he's part of history. And then he lived long enough to get back. So he made like a time, it's not like a timeline thing, it was more like a time loop for him, because he was there in the original timeline, and then things happened to him, and at the end of that event, or those things happening to him, he got sent into the past. And when he was sent into the past, he defeated a great beast, which made him famous. And then he survived long enough to be reunited, or to get back to the same point in time again, where he was actually sent back in time. But instead of being sent back, because he's now there, he can actually fulfill another role. Something like that. I just thought it was cool. Hey, this part is a little bit weird. I think that's somewhat better. Also, Kata, what are you up to these days? Are you playing anything special? Any new games you're into? I heard Claire Obscura was pretty famous, like Expedition 33. I've been watching 2 people play it. Like, I don't think I'm gonna play the game myself, because I know it's a very long game and it's very narrative heavy. And I'm more of a fan of the hack and slash type of games. Although the parry system does look cool. But hey, I already got spoiled on the ending of the game. The big reveal. How many did we do? stretch is important. Don't forget to do it. Otherwise, you're gonna end up like a shrimp like me. Okay, we got all of these. We still need to do these two. And then we just have to do the bottom part after that. Let's go. But yeah, we're definitely doing one session of D&D, and if people find it fun enough that they want to continue, we can immediately go beyond that. If not, if one person leaves because they are not enjoying it, because hey, for some it's still a first experience, right? So it could be that they're not into it, then they can still walk away from it. And then since we're with 5 people, that should be no issue, because then we can just continue with 4 people. Like the big problem would be if there was like 4 people saying like, oh yeah, you're a shit DM, we don't want you, we don't want to continue. Which can always happen. I hope not, but... I mean, one-on-one games are possible too. Oh, like, imagine where you can have like multiple parties in the same world. Hey, that could definitely be a thing. But then I feel bad if people are like, hey, that story element that you did on the other side of the world with that other party, I really enjoyed that. I wish I was part of that. Or like, that would be sad, right? How would you do that? Like, if you say like, hey, there's a total of 10 people, but at the same time only 5 people could play. Like, would you say like, oh, there's party A and party B? Or would you say like, oh, this is actually a guild or a mercenary gang, and you can take a vote on who joins on what section of the game? Like, if we're fighting dragons and people are not interested in dragons, then they can sit back and say like, well, I'll return once there's things with undeads going on. I mean, that could be a thing as well. Haha! But then I have a reveal. It was dragons, but not normal dragons. There were undead dragons. Because those exist. You have Shadowfallen dragons. What is Shadowfell dragons? Who have been corrupted by the Shadowfell. The Shadowfell is something in D&D akin to like what Bloodborne has, like a dark world and a thing where everything's grim. I'll step back till there's undead involved. Are there players that are that picky? I don't know. I mean... Another thing is, what I'm wondering about is leveling. So, I'm not a fan of XP. Because I don't want the party to XP, like, gain levels by killing stuff, right? Because, hey, if they kill this town, like this villager, they get 100 XP and that's a level up, right? But I don't feel like killing an NPC, like killing a villager like that would be something worth XP, right? It has to be something challenging or something that pushes you to the limits to awaken new strength, right? So I like milestones more, like, hey, you guys just defeated a great evil, or like a necromancer, and you all learned from it, or you push yourself through new levels of strength, so everyone gets a level up. I think I like that one more. But then you can also have like situations where people might feel like as if they're not leveling up for like 5 sessions. But I want to take that away. Like, I want to take that feeling away by having people be able to scavenge for money, or scavenge for botanica, or like flowers or plants. I want them to be able to find ores, not magical weapons, ores. So with that ore they could make a magical tool, a magical weapon, or magical armor, depending on what they want. And then you have to find multiple ores to get, like, well, multiple of the same ore to get a certain armor or weapon, right? Like, if you have 1 ore, that's not enough for 1 ingot. So you need to find 2 ores just to have enough for an ingot. And then to make a weapon out of it, you might need 3 ingots, right? So you need a total of 6 ores just to make that weapon. So they would be collecting the ores. Maybe they buy it in a mining town, maybe they have to excavate it themselves. It gives some more option on smaller scale improvements, and feeling like that you're working towards a goal without instantly giving a weapon or a finished product. Like, the same way is that you can give them a magic weapon, but the magic weapon is not at full strength. Like, maybe it's like a religious artifact and you have to visit all the shrines or all the holy sites for it to regain its power. I think they did that with Wind Waker with the Master Sword, right? Like, oh yeah, the sword from ancient times lost its energy over a long period of time. So now you have to revisit those holy sites to reawaken the weapon, so it becomes its most powerful form again. But to do that, you have to travel the world, like all the way to the north and all the way to the south and that sort of stuff. Milestone leveling makes sense, yeah. How would it work in a hex scroll though? If certain areas have higher level foes, is any area's milestone achievement as valuable as another one? Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Well, I will say, even though it's a hex scroll and they're allowed to move to other regions, or like, well, not really other regions, but like other sides of the map, I did still split it into regions. So I'm gonna reveal part of the map, and eventually they're gonna run into a mountain, right? And if they run into a mountain, I can just say, oh, well, there's no clear path ahead. It's just a tall mountain. It's too steep to climb, right? And that way you can still prevent them from going beyond. Or you could say like, oh, ahead of you is a giant sea. You don't have a boat. You can't cross it. Which makes them change direction as well, right? Maybe there is a way to get past the mountain, but maybe they have to find the right NPC to guide them through like a secret tunnel or a secret pathway between the mountains. I think every reason is pretty much surrounded. Oh, that's a bot. I'm gonna ban you. Bye. Where was I? Yeah. So every region is pretty much surrounded by some kind of natural barricade, right? Could be a mountain, could be a sea, could be a lake, but there's something that prevents you from going further. At higher levels, they could bypass it still, but if they're just going into the wilds and going totally out of the region, then the quest will just not progress. They won't find anything interesting. Like, they can still have the random encounters, that could still happen. They could still hit town, talk to some NPCs, but there would be no quest progression at all at those locations because the quest just isn't happening there. I was thinking, would you still level up from 6 to 7 while completing a level 2-3 area milestone, presuming they managed to skip? Well, how would I say this? Imagine they're in the starting zone, right? So they solve the first 3 quests, which are just starter quests, like escort this, find the source of the problem, that, report to superior there, deliver a message or whatever. Like, the stakes are low, right? But I think after maybe 3 or 4, they could already go to level 2. I think after that, it would take more tasks to continue leveling up. So if you want to level up from level 2 to level 3, instead of like 4 tasks or 5 tasks, it would, for example, be 8 tasks or 9 tasks that are part of the story, like MSQ kind of thing, like how do you call it? Like Final Fantasy does. So more like a quest quota, yeah. And then mostly after a bigger encounter, like if they killed a mini boss at low level, then I would say like, okay, you leveled up from level 1 to 2, right? If you go from 2 to 3, maybe 2 bigger encounters, like 1 big boss, well, not really big boss, but like 1 beginner boss or like mini bosses. And as you get higher level, the fights would get harder, right? But the stakes also go higher, so I figured that would be a nice balance. Like if they just defeated some kind of like cultist group inside of a town, I could say like, oh, you guys leveled up from this. I think I'm more I think between levels 1, 2, 3, 4 it would happen more faster, but I think level 5 and beyond would probably go slower, because there's a lot of like story elements or minor developments that are not resulting in a big fight, right? Like sometimes you just have to haggle for prices or deliver things from point A to point B, and I don't think escorting a cart from town A to town B is worth of a level up if you're already like level 7 or 6, right? Maybe that would be worth more if you're still level 1, but at level 6 or 7, I think you would definitely have to help multiple towns. If you're like level 7 and you want to go to level 8, you probably have to help 2 towns, 3 towns worth of quests. Because otherwise you level up too fast, and I know that the power scaling in D&D is kind of wonky, especially at higher levels. This is why that a lot of DMs, they run their party up till level 12, and that's where things end, right? But I am hoping to continue playing this up to level 20, but then this party gets really strong, right? So I can't make them level up too fast, because otherwise after they reach level 12, I really have to put the brakes on it. And then they might not level up for, I don't know, 20 sessions. And then they would probably get annoyed, right? That, oh, after 20 sessions, we're still level 12. So that's why I'm trying to spread it out more even, or I hope that I can spread it out more even. So they can still see the entire world without being too strong. And then when the stakes get higher, because hey, there's some maybe international conflict, or maybe there's a national conflict, that they can assist with that as higher levels. Like maybe they were in a region when they were low level, and then they just did regional shit, right? They helped towns, solved local problems. Then they go to another zone, and they slowly leveled up. And then maybe they return to that first zone once they're like level 8 or maybe 10. And in the time period that they were away, maybe something happened again in that kingdom. And now it's a level 10 problem that's inside that region. So if they're there as a level 10, then maybe there's suddenly like something political going on, or like something with the king, or maybe there's war with a neighboring kingdom, and then you have to decide, like, are you going to help them? Are you going to remain neutral? Like something like that. I think that would be cool. Like, I can't imagine a level 1 party being involved with politics of the kingdom itself, right? No, you're usually just killing rats and kobolds and goblins as a level 1. You don't have enough influence or status or power to move those things around in the world yet. Although I do think if they, like, imagine if the party really loves one region, right? I want to be able to return to that region and develop it further. Like if they want to stay involved with one region or one kingdom for like 4 levels, I want them to be able to do that. Although they could also just decide, like, hey, screw this entire kingdom, we hate it here, we're moving to the other kingdom, we're gonna be sellswords in the neighboring kingdom, and maybe that region is much better for us, because maybe one is very much based on trading and the other one is maybe very religious heavy. Maybe some are like anti-magic, they think it's that magic is of the devil or something, and they only maybe they only accept holy magic, like clerics and paladins. Or you have a kingdom that's the reverse, that really highly regards magic and then looks down on melee fighters or faith, like religion. From what I'm understanding of the party though, it seems that we're pretty caster heavy. Well, caster and ranged, I think. Like, I haven't heard of anyone saying that they want to be a melee. Like, I have not heard the word paladin or fighter or well, also not rogue, I think. At least 2 warlocks. That would be funny. Now, what I heard mentioned was people asking questions about like the bard class, people asking about ranger, people asking about druid, people mentioning cleric, like that kind of, like those kind of classes, which you usually don't see a lot of. Like, usually a staple in D&D is that there's always a fighter slash barbarian or a paladin, right? The melee fighters. But it seems this group really values their I guess, support-ish caster classes. Of course, there's one bard. Yeah, of course. They're the life of the party, right? They're gonna roll to seduce the dragon. But I believe that you can play a bard in different ways, right? A lot of people say like, oh, it's gonna be the flirty one and they're gonna try to seduce everything. But that doesn't have to be the case. Like, we will see what kind of bard the player is gonna play. I'm kind of curious. Also, I opened up the classes a little bit more. So normally you only have the base classes, right? But I feel like some exotic classes could be cool as well. I saw that they added some more beast classes as well, like the Loxodon, which is just elephant people. There's bear folk, which are pretty much bipedal bears. Or Lionin, which are lions. Pretty much, well, like a lot of people would probably just say furry, but they do look cool in armor though. And they don't have that typical furry vibe to them. Like they actually look like a dangerous part of the world, pretty much. I swear, I ever make a bard, I'll make them a poet or orator. Oh, what about a town crier? Like, he would narrate what happened in the last town they were in. Like, sure, they were part of the party that defeated something in the party, but then they go to the next town, put a box down, stand on top of it, and start singing or telling what happened in the town next over, and how that the party defeated it or something. So he's praising their own, well, yeah, he's kind of praising themselves at that point, but that could be interesting. There's one character type that I would still like to play, and that's a, well, class-wise, it would be a warlock, but if you look at his skill set, he would be a ninja. So, I should explain this. The warlock has one of the abilities called the one with shadows, right? So if they stand still, they become invisible. Which sounds very ninja, right? And then he only has access to like 2 spells, right? Or like 2 level spell slots. So that could be your ninjutsu. And then you also have cantrips, which could just be your Eldritch Blast and Minor Illusions. Well, and Minor Illusions works as a ninja, right? Because, hey, you make a sound, you make something appear. So I thought that was pretty cool. And if you want to go more into like the fighting kind of ninja with melee weapons, you could decide to go into Rogue, for example, for the multi-class. But if you want to be the ninjutsu kind of ninja, where you want to do it like Naruto, where you have a lot of effects and a lot of extras, you could multi-class then into sorcerer. So you're like a sorcerer warlock. If you want to be like use a lot of special ninjutsu, right? You just call your spells ninjutsus, or you could go with blade in hand if you want to be more physically there to fight. Like, you want to be more of a frontline fighter, and you want to use your kunai or throwing daggers or swords to attack enemies, then you can multi-class into rogue. Orator is pretty much a town crier, just more sophisticated. Ah, so a higher salary, huh? I get you. But yeah, that was what I was thinking about. That would be a funny warlock. And your patron could then be your animal. Well, not really animal, but like your summon jutsu kind of thing, right? Like, oh, you have to do all these tasks just to sign a contract with your spirit animal or whatever they call it these days. Oh, yeah, I still got some water in front of me. Thank you very much. How you doing, Tassia? We're working on some building assets for the cities that we're making. Ooh, Eden apple natural juice. I have 40k points, about to have second VIP. Oh, warning for you guys. So for those who have a lot of points, I will be playing World in the future. It's a game that was gifted to me from Texan. So if you see Texan or know about Texan, let's see, I should be able to tag him like this. Huh? That's the wrong one. Why am I shouting myself out? The heck, Stream Elements, what are you doing? Let's see if this works. Huh? Okay, Stream Elements, I'm definitely gonna delete you because Jinn gives it a game. No. Whoa, Jinn, you're promoting Jinzou. Jinn, how kind. Yeah. I gotta do some self-promotion, right? So yeah, you definitely have to check out this guy, man. He's like a cyberpunk Vtuber, and he does 3D modeling and also sometimes 2D art. But he also likes to play roguelites and like Souls-like games. Man, there's nobody coming close to that guy. You definitely have to go watch him sometime. Show him some love. Smash that like button. Like and subscribe. Nah, just kidding. But yeah, Tech, we played with him once before. I hang out in his stream quite often. We had plans to play more often, but he gifted me the game called World, and there is Twitch integration with World. So I was thinking that I could play that, and then some of you guys who have a lot of points, right, could start using it to spawn in enemies or items to help me or obstruct me. He's a good architect, engineer, and bartender. Yeah, he's so multi-talented, right? But why doesn't it want to go through? It's so weird. Oh, is it because I need to do slash? Oh, maybe. Okay, let's see if this works. He's also a doctor, a male nurse, a plumber. He's basically Johnny. No, don't even that name. Yeah, be careful with. That's a special kind of name there. I know the memes. Oh, is it all capital? Is it capital sensitive? Okay. Let's see if this works. There he is, Texan. So yeah, he gave me World, so I definitely want to play that in the future. But once I start playing it, I have to enable a lot of channel redeems, right? So it is the type of game that once I have that active, I want to keep playing World multiple times in a row. A very multifaceted individual, yeah. But yeah, I was thinking like if I'm gonna play that, I want to play it multiple times in a row, so I don't have to keep enabling and disabling those channel redeems. Although I did have icons to it and I did have labels with it where it warns that, hey, this is only working for the game Rain World, don't redeem it if we're not playing Rain World. But yeah, that's what I was planning, and that allows people, especially Yuki with his 40k points, to send in a lot of hostiles or a lot of support while we are playing that game. Like 7 Days to Die, where you can integrate enemy spawns and research. Yeah. It's I think it's same with like Cult of the Lamb, right? Where you can spend points to become like a villager or like a cult member. What support? Oh, Rain World's Twitch support. All I want is chaos. Oh. Well, the prices for it is at the moment that if you're doing something helpful, it would be cheaper, like it would be 250 or 350. But if you're spawning in an enemy, that would be, for example, 1,000 channel points. And I think it's like on a 1 or 2 minute cooldown, so you can't do it too fast, but it's also that you can't do it never, right? Because it still has to... I still have to be able to progress through the game somehow, because if you can spawn it every 10 seconds, then I'd go nowhere. I just spawn it, I'd die. Well, Jinn is biasing? What do you mean biasing? I mean, I need some help to get through the game, right? There's also some more innocent redeems for that game. For example, you can give someone a push in the game. So that means if I'm climbing or standing on a platform, and I'm standing still on the platform, or at the side of a platform on the ridge, then you can give me a shove in a random direction, and the chance would then be that I get shoved off the platform into the abyss. There was also one for a teleport in a random direction. So, for example, you're standing on the ground or you're in the air, and suddenly you get teleported to the other side of the tile set. I dare you to do it with no pause. Ayala. Hopefully they don't bully me too much, right? You guys wouldn't do that, right? You guys wouldn't be meanies. Yeah, that's pretty much what's on the menu. I'm also still waiting on that new model for fantasy games. And I really hope it's worth the wait. Like, I'm used that usually artists would be sending in like, how do you call it, like sketches, but I have not seen a single sketch so far, and that tends to make me a little bit more anxious about it. Because usually the artists that I work with, they send in the first sketch pretty fast. It's just so that the general feel of the artwork is correct or not. But now we don't know anything. But I do like their art still. And it could just be busy going through the waiting list, right? So it's maybe not my turn yet. That could be a thing. I guess I keep you guys updated about it. In the meanwhile, we wait. Although I'll probably contact them again if it's a month before deadline, because the original deadline was set to June, but they said they could already start working on it in March, and well, March is already over. Of course we will. We are good, wholesome Christian maybe chat. Yeah, like the Christian Minecraft server, right? March is, no, straight into the dumpster with that one. Ah yes, the MC server, can't wait for it to be. Man, that thing has been like on hiatus since forever. We wouldn't intentionally sabotage streamer for entertainment and fun. Yeah, we're all wholesome, right? I managed to make a very wholesome and supportive community here, right? Right? You wouldn't bully me, right? If you bully me, then you're opening the gates to hell for me to bully you guys back. Careful what you ask for. No, why would we bully you? Yeah, I know, right? We're all say-so here and very supportive of each other. Man, I'm so happy that I have such a nice community around myself. I'm totally you know what? Since we're all so supportive and so nice to each other, we don't even need the bad redeems, right? We don't even need those monster spawning redeems because no one is gonna use them anyway. We're all super nice to each other. I can't imagine anyone using it. Might as well not activate them, right? Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, I'm saving you the trouble, right? That you have to have to search through all the good and the bad redeems just to get the supportive ones. This is my way to show love, the love pen. Ah, yes. Yo, I have something for you as well. It's called the love fist. You want it? Whoa, hold on there. No, not fist in that sense. Sure, just give it to my dog. To the dog? Let's not go that far. Yeah. The dog only gets the head pats. It's like how you can't give certain things to animals, right? Even though it's good, or even if it's delicious, you can't give it to a dog. Like chocolates, right? Like we humans can eat chocolates, But if you feed it to a dog, it's bad, right? So I'm guessing the law fist would be something like that. The law fist. People with chocolate allergies? Well, yeah, okay, true with that one. You could always have people like that. So what's this town design here? Wait, what do you mean? Like, what are you asking? Like, what I'm making this for, or? Like, what I'm doing is I'm making puzzle pieces so I can use it for any type of city or town that I want, and by just making changes to the setup, like using different pieces at different rotations or in different combinations, you can make it look very organic. Let's see, we got doors there, we got doors there. I think we're still missing the doors here. It's that whole idea with like making how do you call it? Making elements. It's like reusable puzzle pieces. A modular system. That's it. I'm trying to make a city modular system so I can keep reusing these parts to make different types of towns and cities. But this is like the most tedious part of it, and it's gonna become easier once we're done with this part. Because this part is like, okay, we have the base shapes, which have to be random, then we have to add chimneys, and then we have to add windows and like building extensions. But once we're done with that, we can just make the better or like easier stuff. See, we do have it here, we do have it there, so we should be done with the village parts for these. Now what I'm gonna import is the wall pieces, because I do have wall pieces. I just have to, let's see, we got bridges over there. Wait, I could just make a bridge part, right? Well, mostly the stone bridge would be interesting, I'm guessing. So I'm gonna grab these two. And then I'm gonna grab the fortification elements. And the fortification elements should be the stone tower round, stone walls, stone gate, wood gates, do we need the side towers? Well, we can always pull it in and then later see if we need it or not. There we go, 22 more elements to work with. So as you can see, these are just little parts that I can just use however I want. But I do have to sort them by type. And once you import it, they're already stacked on top of each other. So we got a wood fence. Also, I don't like this one. The pieces are way too big. This one works though. This one works. These are different towers. And these are the bridges, right? Yep. I do feel like these have to probably be a little bit smaller though. So let's, for example, make a little stone section like this. We make then we make another one in between and we turn that around like this. And then we make the sides higher, transform, no, like this to front. And move this in one direction. And then we should probably import the wooden bridge part. Where is it? There we go. Send to back. Might not make a lot of sense at the moment, but this is pretty much corner piece, and then a walkway in between where there's stone on this side and a wooden part on this side, so it can transition from one to the other. Does this look nice? I think these have to be a little bit smaller. That would be a long bridge, for example. This should just be a short part, but it can be attached to this thing to make it longer, I think. This is a wooden gate with a platform on top of it. This is just open, right? I think there's value in having them both. And then we should probably use these into front. What are we gonna do with the wall pieces? These are still wooden towers, so I think we should still have like these kind of parts to it. And then we can keep these as loose parts in between. Right, because we can just connect it like this, and then suddenly, hey, look at that, you got wood walls. So these are the wood walls. Oops. Next are the stone walls. So with the... wait. Oh, there's still one more gate, but this one is closed. Do we need closed walls? Probably do. Oh, great. We're at the edge here. Let's put you over here, so you're out of the way, and put you down over here. So we got a long stone wall. We could put it down like this, so it becomes a double-sided wall. Then we can do the same thing with this one. We do it like this. There we go, double-sided wall, singular wall. How would I make a wall that bends? So I take this. No. I take these two, I group them. I take this one, I move them both here, and then I select this and I say object, envelop distort, I think. Can I do that? I can't. That's a bummer. Can I turn this? Can I make with mesh? Rows, we need more rows than columns. Columns, it's fine if there's 3 columns, but for rows we definitely need something like 8, I'm guessing. That sounds good. And then how did I do that thing again? Mask, no. Multiple images. Is this one? No. Object. Envelop distort with warp. Preview. Oh, and that's in the wrong direction. There we go. That's what we want. And now we can change the arc to what we want, right? Like, do you want a very strong bend like this? Probably no. But we could also have something like this, which is just a slight bend. And then we can do that the same with this one by embedding it, and then make with warp. Use the same thing. Okay. And now, as you can see, we have rounded ones. And we can also add stones to this. Although I should probably just do one end with the bend like this. So we got long ends, short ends. Here we got tiny walls. Do we got gates? I don't think, no, we don't have gates yet for this one, I think. Where's the gate? Wait, this one did have gates, right? Am I missing something? Fortification elements. Stone gate. There is a stone gate, but the stone gate is closed. Oh, there's a stone gate that's open. There it is. Found it. I feel like a stone gate would always have something at the side, right? Like this. Let's move these to the top. Probably separate the duplicates from the singular things, right? But this is a singular wall, like this. And then this one has to go here. And this one has to go above it. Copy this, and then object, can we flip it, transform? Well, never mind, we can also just rotate it like this and then move it into position so it looks correct, like a double. Can I still flip it? Path? No. But what's the way to flip this thing again? Reflect tool? Send to back. And then move these a little bit more to the side. To the front. So what we now got is short double gate. No. We got a gate with double sides. We got a piece that's short without any walls. We have a long piece with walls on both sides. And then we have a bended piece where there's only a tower at one end. That should give enough variation. Now there's also that other fence, or like that other gate, just that has just straight pieces. I feel like we should do something similar with that one. But instead, we're gonna use, for example, this one. Maybe this needs the long pieces instead of the rectangular pieces. Oops. Delete this one and then put the small one in between. Let's see how that looks. That looks sort of better, I think. And then we have to use object. No, we have to embed it first, duplicate it, and then object, envelop distort with a mask. We set it to 29%. Okay. And then we put you over there. Do we then need a bend in the other direction as well? Like a U shape. Could try it just to see what it looks like. So instead of bend 29, we do minus 29. So it bends in the other direction. I do feel like the bend could probably be more extreme though. So what happens if we do 49? We don't have to do it for this one, because this one we can literally, because both sides are equal, we could just do it like this and then it's already changed, so we don't have to make that asset. I do think we can make it for this one though, where we turn it into minus 49, so it bends in the other direction, and then we grab these, make some space. Okay, so this is, oh, this is a group. This is a group. This is a group. This is a group. And this is a group. This is the wooden version of it. Do we need bended pieces? I think we do, especially with wood, right? Object, blend, no. Embed object. Make with warp, preview. Probably more extreme, right? And then we also have to make one where it's bended up the other way. They say minus 49. And then just for the sake, we rotate it like this. And we grab this and place it there so you can easily attach it to other stuff. Ta-da! We made different walls. Wait, we can probably rotate this one as well then. Yep, we can. Let's see, we got wall pieces for 3 kinds of stone walls, or 1 kind of wood wall. I don't expect a wood wall to be double layered. Usually that's just singular. We have a, what do you call it, like a little bridge area. Look, I'm thinking like maybe I should replace this with a longer one. Let's see, relink, yes, no, update link, no, go to link. Why is it sending me there? Archive, top-down cast elements, bridges. We can probably make a longer bridge like this one. Oh, that's very small. No. Open. Relink. What about this one? Rings into back. On one end the bridge feels smaller. Should we make another part of this? Like, well, probably not attach it, but have it separate here. What if we just do it like this? Should we make it that long then, though? Relink. Let's try again. What about the wide one? That could work, because if we then take 2 of these and we set it against each other like this, and then we overlap slightly, then ta-da! We just got a wooden bridge between 2 towers, right? Ta-da! So we only have to make half of it. And this one would then be the stone version of that. Okay, so we got some bridges and some gates. We got some stone walls and some towers attached to them. Let's see, do I need anything else? I don't think so. These pieces should be enough to make most constructions or most city walls or town walls. You can bend in either way. We have short connection points, long connection points. I would still probably want... Let's see... What we really need is also a separate one of these. So we can just fill it up in case there's some trouble somewhere. So we can just put it on top of it. We probably want the same for this one. Oh, we can just take a straight one like this. And take this one. And this one is the same as that one, so you don't have to really look at that. I feel conflicted about this one though. Because if I should be doing this. I think that would be better, instead of like pure straight, to have it bended a little bit like that. Okay, so we got the walls done. We got the town city area done. What else could we do? There's definitely bigger buildings that we would want as well. I should probably also start naming these things. City block. Arc 4. This is Arc 5. This is medium 1. That's medium 2. That's medium 3. Nope. Medium 4. Would this already be called small? I have no idea. But that means the other one would be considered big. I have a lot of medium pieces now that I think about it. Okay, this is definitely small. This would... I would consider this small as well. Small 3. Small 4. This would be medium. 6, 7. This would probably be medium again. Medium 10. How goes it? Pretty good. We're making some city block elements so we can puzzle them together to make bigger city elements. But we're just calling, like, we're giving them names now inside of Illustrator, so I can export them with a name, so I don't have to manually start adding them later on, because that's hella annoying usually to do, right? The proper naming of stuff. Fun, yeah. We also made some city wall pieces. I can show you in a bit. You're curious. Let's see, small 7. And then this is small 8. And then this is small 9. Okay, so I have 11 medium and 9 small city blocks, as you can see over here. And I made some city walls here as well. So this is a stone wall, and then I use an envelop warp element to get the straight piece to give it a bend, as you can see here. And there are like towers at the end of certain parts, so I can connect them to each other. We made one where this blocky piece sticks out, as you can see. And then we have an open gate. And then over here, there's a version with the gate closed, with the gate open, and one with a walking space over on top of the gate. And also here we got bends in both directions, because as you can see, this is just, well, this would be wood logs, right? Like vertical logs. And this would be stone. And this is double-sided. So because this is double-sided, there's no difference between left and right. So if you want to use the other way around, you just rotate it like this, and then you got the other side. But that's something you can't do with walls if there's only like a wall piece on one side, like an edge on one side. So then you have to make it double. Let's see. What is something else we could make? We got the city walls. We got some bridge gates here as well. We got some bridges, although these could probably move a little bit more to the side, like this. So, oh, and the reason why we're building in elements like this is so that we're staying within the 100 MB upload space of Roll20. So that's why I'm trying to be as smart and small as possible with this, so I don't keep uploading full images and then I run out of space, because, for example, one map would be like 2000 by 2000 pixels big. But that does mean that I have to upload all these puzzle pieces and then start putting them together inside Roll20. Resize images to be much smaller. Oh yeah, that's totally possible. But there's also the compression thing that you mentioned as well. But I have not looked into that. So at the moment we're just making puzzle pieces and making sure they fit. Let's see. We can import some other parts. Maybe you could make like a castle or two. Like there, we got some castle elements we can put together. Which are these? Balconies? Nah, we don't need those. Stone gates. There's a wood tower here. Can definitely use the wood towers. Let's see. There's a smaller one, I think. Yeah. Works well, smart thinking. Yeah, we try. Okay, so we got some basic shapes to work with. So far, we reached 50 MB, and we already did the regional stuff. No, not the regional stuff. We did the dungeon mapper. We also did the world map. So this is the last bit that we have to do. If we can keep this within 25 MB as well, that should give enough space to also incorporate sprite-based monster tokens. So like the 8-bit pixel-based monster tokens. I like the look of that one. Instead of like the round tokens, it would be like a pixel wolf. But not too detailed, right? Oh, never seen? Wait, maybe I can show you. Do I have a layer that I can... I don't think I have one. Okay, can I... let's see... not browser source. What was it again? Display... No, not display capture. It is... window capture, right? Where's window capture? Oh, there it is. We just call it test. And then we say, for example, there we go. Sorry, it's taking over my full screen. So I was thinking like something like this could be cool for the tokens, because pixel is like very small, right? It doesn't take a lot of KBs. So imagine if you had like this for the monster tokens. Because it still gives you the vibe of, hey, you're actually fighting a wolf, right? And it has enough detail to showcase what it is. And you can put a lot of them next to each other and then you instantly see the wolf pack. But it doesn't have to be like super high quality, and it doesn't have to be like this ringed image, right? Usually people take tokens where it's like a round token with the image of the enemy and then like a metal border around it, right? But I think this one could be cool as well. But what I'm thinking of, instead of having it colored, just making it silhouettes. So, for example, this one, you would see it would pretty much be not all black, but majority would be like dark gray, blackish, and then maybe the eyes would still be like white or red maybe. And I want to make images in that style, so there's not too much detail on it. So I could use it for example, I could use it for a wolf, but I could also use it for something else that looks like a wolf, maybe a dog or a teleporting, like, how do you call it? The teleporting hounds? Like, the less detail something has, the more you can use it for, right? For example, if you have a token that has very little detail, but you can see a head and a tail on it, then it could be a snake, right? But it could also be an eel. And it could also be a giant snake, or a giant eel, or a worm, or anything else that has a similar body shape, right? So that means you can already reuse that image for like 4 or 5 different creatures. And then you can just change the name underneath it for the name stamp, right? So that's how you also keep your data down. Like, I could make a human shape, right? And if I use the human shape plus tail, then hey, suddenly it's maybe well, do dragonborns? No, it's a lizard folk. Lizard folk have tails, right? But yeah, I could like make a dragon token, and if it's a small one, like 5x5 grid, if it's small, then let's see, if it's small, then it could be a wormling. If it's 2x2, oh, 3-minute ads, okay, no problem. I have Roll20 Plus, so I have a 4 GB upload limit, and that's more than enough with my resizing compression methods. Ah. Okay, we can close that one. How would I combine this? Couldn't I just make, I don't know, put things in the corner? Like this. That would work, but it also looks super boring. So what if we make it part of like something bigger, like we do it like this? That could already make it look a little bit nicer. Let's see, if we put it in this corner and, for example, that corner, that combined shape would already be pretty nice looking. Wait, yeah, we could just combine stuff like this, like attaching it like this and bringing it to the bottom layer, arrange, send to back. And then you still get like a unique shape, right? Without straight edges or whatever, because we can even bend this in this way. And then you get like a shape, like a very unique castle shape. And you can just keep combining stuff. I think that works. Like, we can make this part where it's just, okay, we got 2 towers and then empty space, right, on this side. And then we can have... Oh, welcome back. What were we talking about? We were talking about the sprites when you left, right? Or like when the ads came in. There is also an app called Reroll. I can probably show you that one. So if I go to, where is it? Where's the app? Let's see, where is it? Reroll. Twitch, Chrome chat, no. Wait, where's my properties? Chrome? No, that's not this one. Not that one. Oh, there it is. Found it. That's a blank screen. Oh, that's super zoomed in. Let me go make it smaller. So there's this app called Reroll, right? And for $7, you can get a paid account, which allows you to make pretty cool stuff on the platform. So let me show you what I found. So for example, you can make a new character and then say character art only, and then you can say like, oh, I want to have a dwarf, and then you get the pixels for a dwarf, and then you can say masculine or feminine. So you can just continue, and then you can say like, hey, what kind of skin color do you want? Well, I could say like, oh, I want to make a dwarger, or like the, what is it, the dark dwarf. So I can turn them into like charcoal black, for example. And then for facial hair, I can say like, hey, we need a similar style for the face, right? Done. Oh, and of course they have different faces as well. Different, well, it's mostly different beards, I guess. And then we can change the hair as well to also be similar to that other stuff. Do we have some majestic hair here? Yeah, that's some majestic hair. And let's see. I think I'm happy with this. And we're gonna call him Bob. Great, we just made Bob. Character successfully created. So we go to inventory, and then you can click on these things, and you can give him armor, like whatever you want, and it's already like in a similar pixel-based style. And if you're a free account, you only have a few options. But if you have a paid account, you get like more options. So we can give him like, oh, I want to give him heavy gold armor. And what kind of belt? Well, I want to give him something like this, but I don't like the color. So I can change the color here and the hue. So I can make it fit. Let's see, yellowish. Done. Done. And then of course pants. Yep, sure. I'm fine with those pants. Shoes. What kind of shoes are we giving him? Sure, let's give these shoes, and then we give the saturation a boost. And then we're gonna look for a yellowish color. Like this. Done. Done. Then we can give him a weapon, like, oh, we want to give him a hot weapon. And wait, there's even pets? I didn't even know there were pets. Oh, cool, we got a wolf. Or a bear. Or whatever this thing is. A fey dragon? Okay, maybe no pet. What else can we give him? Something for his hands. Gauntlets. Oh, yeah, we can make him fit with the golden theme, right? And then, of course, he needs a cape. Like, you can give him an adventurer's backpack, give him some floaty crystals, a certain height, a shield on his back, some kind of katana thing. Something... Oh, dual swords. Angel wings. Turtle shell. Oh, a backpack with a lantern. That sounds useful. And is that cape number 2? Yep. We can put even more junk on his back. Like, hey, we also want a glowing cape, but we don't want a blue one. We want a red one. And it should be a little bit softer, and it should be darker. Like, bam, there we go. Do we want something for his head? Well, we could. We can give him a hood. Although that doesn't look as good. Okay, let's give him a crown thingy. Like, ta-da! We can even give him a second weapon if we want. Like, do we want him to dual wield? There we go, we could. Maybe he's holding a crossbow or an axe or a dagger. Or maybe he's a magic user. He has like electricity magic in his other hand. Or, you know what? We could go for a pistol. Or a music instrument. Like, there's a lot of options. Here, a tankard, or hey, a shield. A shield works. So, as you can see, we very quickly made Bob. So, let me zoom in so you can even get a better look at him. See? So, this is that reroll app. That I found, and I just paid the one-time $7 for it, and I can make as many characters as I want with it. Like, if I want to make a dwarf, I make a dwarf. Do I want to make a human? I can make humans, elves, halflings, dragons, give them foxtails, helmets, armor. Handy little pixel art generated. Yeah, especially for the humans. Like, it's not as useful for creatures, right? But for humanoids, like, even if you want to make an NPC, like a blacksmith or a general store manager, you could also do that using this and just export it. Because this game, or like this app, has an export function. So I can just click on it and then say export, and then it will export it to my email address. So I can just grab it from my email address and then put it into Roll20 as a character token. And then you just see the life bar underneath it and the name. And this one looks super nice already, right? Like, imagine you're maybe a level, 9 dwarf, like a dwarger or whatever they call it, like the dark dwarfs. This looks very nifty. Like, you could not easily get this found as character art. Like, you have to hire someone, but then you would have to pay, like, what, 20 to 50 bucks for character art for just one thing. And now I just pay one time $7 and I can make as many NPCs as I want. So definitely very useful if you're into that kind of stuff. I'm still thinking what to do with this thing. You know what? Maybe I should just keep these shapes separate and then combine them within the 20 itself. So I can make like, oh, I want to have a setup like this. Or I want an overlap like this. And I want the castle to be, well, like I want the tower to be here. And here. I think that would work. Oh shit! Hey, I was talking about Texan earlier. How you doing, man? What were you up to? Wuthering Waves. Hey, gotcha. Hopefully you got the units that you wanted. Are you saving up for anyone? How you doing, everyone? Hey, Texan, do you see that I got inspired by Claire Obscure? We got a painting now. we have a painting as our border now for this part of the stream for D&D. Because we're working on something here. We're trying to make a modular system for D&D so we can make towns, cities, castles, and walls. So, for example, down here you can already see that I made quite a few wall pieces that I could just combine or like attach to each other. But yeah, everyone who doesn't know me yet, I am Jinzou Jinn. I'm a cyberpunk Vtuber normally, but because I'm working on D&D today, I am dressed like a cultist or a DM master. Well, DM master is a little bit, it's unnecessary. Dungeon master, pretty much. Just dungeon master is fine. And I'm working on things to make life a living hell for my party by sending them into dangerous bits. But yeah, I'm just trying to see like what system I could use so I get the most out of the least amount of memory used. So if I keep these parts separate, I can like always like shift them around and put them on top of each other so it looks like a giant castle, right? Like I could add this over here and then over here, and I could even like rotate it, like if I want to feel fancy. There we go. Like I could make a castle look sort of like this, right? And then I could put these walls around it, so it's like a guarded castle. And then in front of it, I could place these things, so it looks like a town that's surrounding the castle. And then suddenly, you have a wonderful looking situation. Also, I understand if you have to raid and run, don't worry about it. I've been in those situations as well. But I do hope you had a good stream. So yeah, I do think I'm gonna do that. Not a bad raid message. We'll take that into consideration, Zoro. Huh? Huh? Okay, I should probably delete all the extra things that I have. Oh, you mean the dance thingy? Like the animated dance thingy? Hey, that always works. The only sad thing about the animated dance emotes is that usually you have to be a subscriber to be able to use animated emotes, right? So that could be the only issue you could run into if you do that. Okay. Let's see, we can have these as well. And then we should definitely have the round versions. Oh, and the other watchtowers, of course. We have to make use of those as well. But yeah, how was your day, Tech? Did you manage to pull anything in the gacha game? I do still have to think about like what size would be ideal for like these pieces. don't think we should... Wait, if we put this in the middle, how would that look? Arrange, send to back. Like a big dome. Could... Wait. If we do it like that, for example, right? Could I then... like make it the center point? Like this. And then I could copy and paste it again. And then we do the rotate tool based on the center. And then we rotate it like this. And then we move it out a little bit. I mean, it looks a little bit inorganic for a castle, right? If I were to do something like that. I just threw that out. I can do better. Oh. Prove it. Yeah, show it, man. Yeah, we can combine elements like this to make something look cool. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be like super symmetrical, right? Like, we could have something like this. Not the time or place. Respect Jinn chat. Ah, okay, so now you're behaving. Well, I do want to thank you for keeping that in mind. But I think you're good. Like, usually you guys are just well behaved, right? You wouldn't do weird shit, right? Wait, if you have this over there, then isn't that like then this one is unnecessary then? I don't know what well behaved means. Ah. But yeah, as you can see, I'm just making elements, and then later on I can puzzle them together and make some fancy shit with it. But at the moment, it might look a little bit like a little bit boring. So sorry for that if it does. But hey, it's at least a little bit more than before. I'll remove these two, I think. This is a duplicate of this one, so you can remove this. This is unnecessary. Let's see. So these are mostly pieces for castles, right? So since we want a lot of unique castles or fortifications, we should not combine them. What about churches though? Like, churches don't really have that much variation usually. They all have a tower. Like, what I imagine a church to look like would be... let's see, where can I find a piece like it? Something like this. Then we decrease this one in size. arrange it to the front. If it allows me to. Let's see, arrange to front. Not too interesting. Wait, isn't there usually a church variant that has like two things at the front? Let's see what that looks like. I think they're usually shaped like this. Range to front. And then I placed on, I think it was this layer. And then we make, we delete this one. And then we make this one thinner. And then we bring these to the front. I think sometimes there are churches that look like this. Isn't that the big church in France, I think? That has like the two double Notre Dame. Yeah, I think the Notre Dame has like two towers at the front side. Maybe a little bit thicker on the inside as well. And then we need extra pieces so it actually looks like a proper church, right? Which would be something like these two. But probably smaller. Something like this, maybe. And then it should be arranged into back. Oh, it's on the building layer. Okay, so we move this to the building layer, and then we say arrange to back. And then we duplicate it to the other side, I'm guessing. Pretty accurate. I hope so, yeah. Like, hey, the shape of this one is definitely more unique looking. Let's see, and then usually it has like a dome, right? I think. We go to building. And then it has another extension on this side, I think, usually. A little bit smaller though. And then we copy that, and then we rotate it, I think 90 degrees. I think this is usually what they have for churches, right? Okay, maybe we can put these at the back. Oh. Move this. And then they have some rounded bit at the end as well, right? So maybe we could do it like this, and this, and this. I think we're missing some flares. So if we rotate this 45 degrees and then make it smaller, doesn't work. Wait, what if it's just 90 degrees? Like this. And then we move these ones a little bit further from the center, and then we move this one here. Oh, that's the wrong one. We want to move this one. Don't quote me on this, by the way, but because you don't really see churches from the top down usually. Usually you just see it from the front, right? Okay, so I go to building and then arrange, send to back. Arrange, send to back. And then these ones have to go to the back. Something like this, like very detailed, right? I think that's what most churches go for. Could probably even duplicate it again. Well, this would no longer be a church, but more like a cathedral, probably. Unless you watch Hunchback of the Notre Dame. Whoa, past me was twisted. Wait, what do you mean past me was twisted? What are you talking about? Arrange, set to back. Wait, why is this? Oh, it's this one again. Okay, building. And I'll arrange, set to back. Arrange, set to back. Delete this. We grab this one. We just reflect the tool like this. There we go. Something like this. I'm not a pro at church buildings, but hey, this is something that could be seen as a grand cathedral, right? And then we can fight the Pope as a level 70 raid boss. I am the word of God. To defy me is to defy, I don't know, what is their God? The holy word of the forefather. And then he summons like angels or whatever, Or it would be so funny if at like the second stage of the fight, his magic starts to fail because the gods aren't actually supporting his actions and they're like tampering with his access to magic, and then he starts using, I don't know, dark magics, hexes, curses. I'm looking through my 35 pages of random DM notes ideas because I'll be resuming a campaign next week. I saw this room where everything is a mimic except the chest where some teeth are showing. Why would you do that? Oh, you know that mimics can take any shape, right? So a mimic could also just be a door on a wall with no actual doorway behind it. Imagine making a labyrinth like that. Like you're in a labyrinth, and every time they try to open a door, it could be a mimic. You know, I like this design enough that I'm gonna keep this one. This is gonna be a cathedral. One version of a cathedral. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do for a church though. Wait, I could grab one of... Where is it? Yeah, I could grab one of these things. Make it bigger. Rotate it. Oops, what happened? Put it here. Put this one here. A little bit more to the top. Rotate it a little bit like this. We can probably have a bigger part. Where is it? How about the straight hallway with a tiled floor? However, any tile could randomly give a glyph of warning with a fireball. I got a better one for you. This is something I've been thinking about for a long while. Imagine you enter a big room. There is a checkered pattern on the floor. Black and white tiles. It takes the shape of like a chessboard, but there are chess pieces missing. You can only move for a certain amount, right? Usually for a person that would be like 30 to 35 or maybe 25 feet, depending on what size you are, right? So imagine if this board is long enough that it is like, I don't know, 65 by 65, this zone. If you end your turn in the center of that board, depending on which row and which column you stand on, the boss of that room will call out that spot and it would activate a glyph of warning. So this is a mastermind kind of boss battle, where the boss battle is just waiting for you at the end of the room on the other side, and he's waiting for you to approach, and he has set 65 by 65 glyphs of warding inside that room. Every tile is a different effect. So it could be ice, it could be fireball, it could be blindness, it could be whatever. You could, as a DM, you could set up like all the different effects in advance, right? Of like which spell activates. And then, because talking is a free action in D&D, right? So the guy could just be sitting in his throne at the end of the room, using his free action to talk, and just say G3. And then, because the trigger word would be G3 for that glyph of warning on G3, he could activate that specific warning whenever he wants. So whenever someone ends his turn on, I don't know, B7, he would just say out loud B7. And then, I don't know, lightning storm, or you get hit by a meteor, or you get frozen, or you get blinded, or like whatever spell he wants there. I think that could be a cool effect. And then, every time it's his turn, he can just do nothing with his turn. Like, he doesn't use his action, he doesn't use his bonus action. All he does is use the free action to call out the glyph of warnings that he put in that room. Could work as a fun flavor for legendary actions. Well, I would have one other effect. If you can get to the other side of the board, he would probably have some kind of legendary action where he just pushes you back 60 feet again, and then you have to go across that board again. And then you have to memorize like on which chess patterns you already walked and which you haven't. And if you're too far away or too close to each other, then you could pull each other into each other's effect. Like, you couldn't easily go help your ally using a healing touch action, because if you're standing next to them and he just calls out, oh, D6, and then boom, it explodes, then you both take damage, right? That would be such an annoying boss to fight against, and I'm definitely gonna add it somehow. Don't tell the players. Let's see, how am I gonna use this? Wait, can I just use it multiple times like this by adding in one last one? Oh. What if we delete this one and then this one, and then we grab these and we move it up? That could work. And then we grab a thin piece like this. Maybe not. We don't use it. Could use a round piece then. Like, hey, that could work, sort of work. It's something. That's definitely smaller than the other one. And then that would be a medium size, and a small size would just be... What would be a small size? I mean, this could already work as a small size. And then we have just a rounded bit at the end. Oh, we should probably take a different size than this one. Where is it? This bit. And then we make it a little bit bigger. Pretty much like this. Like, it's nothing special, but still distinct enough, I think. Unless you want to add a shape like this to it. which is entirely possible. You know, that doesn't even look that bad, just having those extra teeth around to make it look extra special. Let's see, did we have a rounded? Do we have a rounded version of that? Library, come to the rescue, please. Do we have a rounded version of that? Does look like it that we have one. Let me see if I can import it. It is not what we're looking for. It's like a different shape. Oh wait, what if we bring it to the front? And place it here. The round one doesn't look that nice. If we bring this and arrange, bring to front. I was hoping that there would be a nice fenced area I could use, but I'm not seeing it, so. What is this one? Ooh, that's very dark. I think that's supposed to be something else, though. Yep, that doesn't work. I think we can just keep it as this. Like, you got a church. What are the different sides? Because I know there's cathedral and I know there's church, right? But I don't know if there's like anything beneath it. Maybe, okay, this looks weird. Maybe I should remove these two because they look like ears. What else could... Wait, I'm a dumbass. I'm a legit dumbass. I've been making this rotated piece here, and I totally forgot I can just still bend it. Like, if I bend it like 90 degrees, like this, or 135 maybe, 140. Okay, it won't go more. Okay, that's fine. We can just do this, make it smaller, and then place it here, right? And then arrange, send to back. Yeah. That's how you do it. I'm a legit dumbass. I totally forgot, like, oh, I have this asset I specifically made for round parts. It just works. Yeah, it just works. Don't question it. It just works. Ta-da! See, now it's all, it has that texture all around it. I do like it. Like it has like 3 distinct big shapes, and then these are the castle parts. These are wall parts. These are city walls. I do need to still make individual buildings for farmland. Let's see. That could be. Yeah, that's just redoing the smaller pieces and then saving them as small building pieces. That shouldn't be too hard. And I think we already got some base parts as well for it. I think I can show that. Let's see, where is it? House elements. Yeah, for example, we got this one. So this is already a working piece, right? Like we don't have to do anything with this. This already works as like, oh, this is just a lone building. We can put separate in town because maybe it's outside the city walls. Maybe it's a farm thingy. So we don't have to do that. Okay. At that point, I think we're at the end of what we have to do for today. Let's see, we did the cathedral, we have castle pieces, we have walls, we have the villages, including the chimneys and the doorsteps and the roof windows. Although looking at this one, I don't see a lot of roof windows. Did I just forget one? I think I did. Let's just add a few so it doesn't look strange, because I noticed it instantly when I came here. I was like, hi, there's no windows for the rooftops. What's going on with that? Okay. I think we're Gucci with that one. Another thing I could work on next time, or maybe in between streams, depending on how fast I work on this, is city parks. Like just a rectangle, a circle, or triangle with some grass thingies inside it, and maybe some trees. So I can just put that inside the city as like, oh yeah, this part just has some nature, like a park or whatever I want to imagine there. But I think that could work. You would not have like those city parks inside of towns, because hey, towns are in the middle of nowhere anyway, so there's plenty of nature there. But I could imagine it, especially for example, the Royal Garden, or maybe on the water side in an elvish town where they still value nature or something like that. Like, I think we can benefit from that. So I'm gonna do that next time. But that also means I'm gonna head off for today. So I'm curious who is still streaming at this hour, because it is 11 p.m. for me. Ciao, yeah. Okay, let me see who is online at the moment. Lots of people playing D&D. I do wonder, like, how much overlap is there between VTubers and D&D? Because I do feel like a lot of the D&D channels that I see on Twitch don't use VTuber models. Oh, she is all the way at the end of the game, I think. Or close to the end of the game. Yeah, Shige was also playing Claire Obscure. Mandragora, Whispers of the Witch Tree. That sounds interesting. What is that? I have not heard of that game. Oh, it's like an RPG kind of game. Looks interesting. How long has he been streaming? For 2 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah, we haven't raided Lennox for a while, so let's do that. I am gonna go head off though. I'll see you guys, I think on Friday. We might be playing more Blade Assault, just the roguelite. And then probably Saturday, D&D preparation again. I'm trying to work as fast as possible so we can go start that campaign. So look forward to that. But for today, I am off. See you guys next time. Bye-bye.